Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. This proceeding is being broadcasted on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. Board of Water and Power Commissioners, please say present for roll call. President Marks.
Present.
Vice President KATZ. Present. Commissioner Pinder.
Present.
Commissioner TRAN.
Present.
4 board members. A quorum is present. Mr. President.
Good. Thank you very much. Again, with all that's going on in the world, thank you for taking the time out of your busy day to be here with us. Do any of the other commissioners have any opening remarks before we jump right into it?
No, not today.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. We have a lot of items on the agenda, but hopefully you've all had a chance to look at them. Some are bigger than others. What I'd like to do first, to get out of the way, is to have us approve the minutes. So we have 2 different meetings that were held 2 weeks ago. One was a regular meeting, the other was the special meeting, which was held in closed session. So we'll first be approving the minutes for the previous meeting on January 27, the regular board meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Does anybody have any corrections to the minutes that they'd like to mention?
No.
No. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Can you please call the roll, Madam
President. Sure. President Marks.
Aye.
Vice President KATZ. Aye. Commissioner Pinder.
Aye.
Commissioner TRAN.
Aye.
4 ayes, motion adopted.
Good, thank you. And next we go to the minutes of the special meeting that was held on January 27th, 2026, as a special board meeting of the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. Are there any corrections to the minutes for the special meeting?
Nope.
Good. Or a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Please call the roll.
President Marks.
Aye.
Vice President KATZ. Aye. Commissioner Pinder.
Aye.
Commissioner TRAN.
Aye.
4 ayes, motion adopted.
Thank you. And now it is time for public comments about anything on your mind in the jurisdiction of this board, or about anything which is specifically mentioned on the agenda. We will take those comments together.
During general public comment, members of the public may speak to any of the items and anything else within LADWP's subject matter jurisdiction. You will have 2 minutes per item, but no more than 5 minutes total. If you are speaking on a specific item, you must stay on topic. Otherwise, your time will be forfeited. You will be verbally notified when your time allotment has expired. The first speaker will be Johnny Escobedo, who will be followed by Paul Moreno.
Good morning, board members. My name is Johnny Escobedo, and I'm a business agent for Iron Workers Local 416. My jurisdiction runs all the northern LA County. I ask that you push forward this PLA agreement and that we move forward with it. We currently have 3,200 members in the reinforcing division of Iron Workers Local 416. Of those members, we have 230 that are up in the Antelope Valley. This PLA will assist in growing our numbers in that jurisdiction, Mojave, the solar field, the battery storage area. We ask that you pass this forward and continue with the progress that we're doing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Moreno, who will be followed by Tommy F.
Good morning. My name is Paul Moreno, President, Business Agent, Iron Workers Local 433. And just want to let you know that we're in strong support of this PLA. We already have a PLA with the department. We're already working great with the Department of Water and Power. And we just want to expand and keep going and keep having that good working relationship for our members and for the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tommy F., who will be followed by Diana Limon.
Good morning, President and fellow commissioners. My name is Tommy Falvai. I represent International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 11, when it comes to construction. We fully support this MOU policy moving forward with LADWP. We know how important it is to keep the infrastructure moving and build these type of projects with a skilled and trained workforce. We are currently going through building our membership. We currently have 2,000 apprentices that are going through our apprenticeship program, and we currently have 11,600 journeymen and apprentices in LA County. So whatever work that LADWP puts forward, we'll be there to electrify all these projects. Thank you.
The next speaker is Diana Limon, who will be followed by Mitch Ponce.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Diana Limon. I'm also with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11. Currently, I'm the Director of Women Recruitment and Support. So we thank you in advance for your continued support of these PLAs, as well as increasing the number of projects. It's a win-win both for the agency and the residents of the city of Los Angeles. As some of the folks have already mentioned, the opportunities stimulate our local economy, but most importantly, provide more opportunities for people that look like me, women and minorities, to be able to get into these apprenticeships and lifelong careers. Thank you.
The final speaker is Mitch Ponce.
Hi, good morning, Board. My name is Mitch Ponce. I'm the president of the Los Angeles Orange County Building Trades Council, representing over 160,000 members throughout the trades. We urge you to pass this project labor agreement. It'll bring a lot of work for Angelenos by way of apprenticeship, bringing people in and giving them a career in the building trades. So we urge you to support it. Thank you.
There were no e-comments submitted. Public comment is closed at this time. Mr. President?
Thank you very much. I also want to stress, there's a number of things that we as a publicly owned utility have to do. We have to keep the lights on and keep the water flowing, but we also create good jobs. And those things are aligned, and having very strong, well-trained, organized labor supporting the work that we do as a department is critically important. I'll add, in this day and age, nationally, it's very difficult to find skilled labor in a lot of places. And the ability to bring in new people to the workforce, all kinds of new people, and train them up and get them jobs is critically important. So we're very happy to be able to do that to support the city, not just with water and power, but also with good jobs. So at this point, typically we would turn to the CEO and General Manager, Janice Quinones. She's not here today. So instead, I think Anselmo Collins, right, you'll be giving the report for the department and turning it over to the others?
Yes, I will.
Good. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Anselmo Collins, Chief Operating Officer of the Water System. So, like you said, I will be reporting on behalf of our CEO. First, before I get started, I will actually want to turn it over to Dave Hansen, COO of the Power System, to provide some updates on the power.
Thanks, Anselmo. Good morning, Commissioners. Morning, President. First thing that Anselmo said there was Chief Operating Officer. I wasn't that last board meeting, so we have had a title change that went out for Anselmo and I. No duties have changed, nothing else. It's just a title change to make us more compatible with the outside utilities and the conferences that we attend. So that's the reason for the title change.
Are you any smarter?
I'm actually 10% dumber, and I didn't think that was possible. So as part of that, we did roll out our power system org structure that we've been talking about, our reorganization that we've been working on for almost a year. The effective date for that was February 2nd, so it was just this last Monday. We sent out a bulletin and the new org chart. We got about 8 months worth of work into that with our consultants, Korn Ferry, and we've collaborated with management at all staffing levels to incorporate their feedback into the reorganization. We're very excited to get back essentially to core business. We generate, we transmit and distribute, and we modernize the grid. Those are our three major subsystems that you'll see in the new power system org chart. Over T&D, we have Mr. Brian Wilbur, Assistant General Manager. We have over Planning and Modernization, Mr. Jason Rondu, and our newly appointed, long overdue, don't know why it took so long, Mr. Robert Gonzalez, new Assistant General Manager, effective this last Monday.
So congratulations, condolences, and thank you.
All of the above. So we are continuing to focus on core functions while we're organizing divisions to manage our end-to-end process, and that'll have a direct impact to how the customer deals with the department. We are adding some additional functionality to our tactical team. Our electric trouble team will now have the additional capabilities of operations, maintenance, telecom, and electrical test. We're negotiating all of that, and our challenge is to have that live before the 4th of July weekend, which is traditionally our heat wave. Now it seems to be September, but On February 5th, we did have a relay event that affected the downtown area. We had a power outage that lasted approximately 4 minutes, but it did impact quite a few things in the downtown area. We have a very large power transformer located at 1630 North Main Street in Chinatown, and we suspect that there is some damage to the transformer. We're going to be draining the oil and performing an internal inspection. We do have plans to put in a mobile substation out there, or a mobile transformer. We call it a hog wagon sometimes, mobile sub, to get us through the summer while we source a replacement. But at this point, we still don't know the extent of the damage, so we'll be pulling the oil out so we can go inside of the tank.
And may I ask, is that the type of a transformer where we would typically have a spare part, or is that something which would be a longer lead time special order?
We do have a spares program. It's not unilateral because the specs differ manufacturer to manufacturer. These 3 banks that are over there at 1630 North Main Street, receiving station A, were purchased 20 so years ago, so they are a little different than the other banks that we have around the system. So we do have spares out there. We do have transformers that are being delivered from the manufacturers now. If they fit, we can repurpose and juggle things around as we need to. The problem is with these 3, they're pretty specific. So it's going to be a challenge for us, but loading wise, we should be good.
Okay, thanks.
And then normally, the board has asked us to provide an update on the Barclay Hotel. So we do have Emil Abdel Shahid here as well to answer any questions. We did have a meeting with those folks outside of the board, and there's a meeting set on site this Thursday, the 12th, to look at temporary power solutions. We do have a long-term plan which involves permanent cutover and permanent infrastructure, and the target date of that is April of 2027, and we're going to look if we can do temporary power in the meantime. Emil, would you like to offer any additional?
That summarizes where we are for now, and we'll be working through with the Barclay Hotel. So if there's any questions, more than happy to answer them, and we'll continue the report out to the board.
Well, we appreciate that you are looking at that, because it has been kind of a thorn in many people's sides. So thank you for your handling of that.
And thanks for the update.
Thank you.
I know that was a big topic for public comment at the last meeting, so we do appreciate it.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. As far as the water system is concerned, I do have a couple of items I would like to report on. The first item is on San Ynez Reservoir. We're moving forward, we're replacing the existing floating cover at San Ynez. As you know, the San Ynez Reservoir cover has been in place for around 15 years. It was significantly damaged, and that was the reason why we had to empty the reservoir to fix it. After the fire, we fixed the reservoir cover, it's back in service, but we recognize that it is compromised. So what we're going to be doing is replacing that cover with a brand new cover that should give us at least 20 years of service. This is what we call a short-term solution. The long-term solution that we're looking at, it could be a combination of building tanks, putting hard covers on top of San Ynez, or building treatment. All that's being looked at right now by staff. A recommendation will be forthcoming to me to be able to recommend to our CEO in the future. But in the meantime, we are working on the replacement of the cover. The expectation is that construction is going to be completed by late fall. Right now, what we're doing is installing some temporary measures to make sure that we have backup supply in that area, because what's going to happen when we take the reservoir offline, the main source of water, as it always is, will be the Westgate trunk line. There will be no storage at San Ynez, but there will be storage at the 3 tanks that we have in that particular area. Like I said, we have taken some additional measures. So we have pre-deployed some connections and hoses in areas where if there's an issue, we need to bypass pipe. We have the pipe right there available. We also are installing currently approximately 6 miles of lay flat hose that's connecting our Corbin tank, which is in the San Fernando Valley. It's going through the Topanga State Park and connecting to the Temescal tank. That's going to provide us with additional water in case it's needed. Not only do we have the 6 miles of pipe, we also going to have 2 pumps that are going to be able to pump over the hill and get to Temescal tank. We are deploying emergency generators in the Pacific Palisades area in case we have any kind of power issues. We are also increasing the brush clearance around all LA Water and Power facilities. We are pre-positioning water tankers that will be available if the fire department needs them for any particular reason. And we're also ensuring that our aerial firefighting water sources remain available. As you know, we have two large reservoirs that provide aerial firefighting water. That's Encino Reservoir and Lower Stone Canyon. Those will be available throughout the project itself. So once again, the goal is to be completed by late fall, and then the reservoir will be put back into service with a brand new floating cover, and then we can continue to work on the long-term solutions that we're looking at.
Is late fall when it's back in service, or is late fall when the cover's
Back in service. Back in service, yes.
Good. Wonderful.
Yes. The next thing I wanted to talk about was snow survey. So the Department of Water and Power, similar to the state, we do snow surveys to confirm that the information that we're getting from our snow pillows is correct. So the first snow survey for LADWP just took place at the beginning of February, and it was to confirm what our remote sensors were telling us. Right now, we are approximately at 100% of normal with our snowpack. Now, this is despite the fact that there has not been any kind of significant snowfall in the last month or so. We had 3 major storms late last year, early this year, and nothing since. The good news is that we're expecting a storm today and tomorrow, and also one next week that's pretty significant. So we expect to continue to build on that particular snowpack. But right now, like I said, we're 100% normal for today. We typically develop or figure out the amount of water supply based on April 1st numbers. So on April 1st, we'll have a better understanding of how much water is available based on the snowpack. So basically, that's the runoff that we expect to get. From a stormwater capture perspective, with the storms that I mentioned earlier that we already had, we've been able to capture almost 70,000 acre-feet of water. That's roughly 23 billion gallons of water that we've been able to capture and recharge the groundwater basin in the San Fernando Valley. On a typical year, the city of LA gets around 15 inches of water. Currently, we sit at 12.4 inches. So we're doing pretty good, but we're expecting to do even better with the next storms that are approaching the city of LA starting today. On the state water project, because we have decent snowpack, the Department of Water Resources, they allocate a certain amount of water that each state water project contractor can get. And it started with 10%, and it was updated on February 19th. On January 29th, it was updated to 30%. So what does that mean for Los Angeles? That means that the Metropolitan Water District, which is a state water project contractor, and our wholesaler, they can get 30% of what they have on contract. Their contract is up to 2 million acre-feet. So this is basically 600,000 acre-feet of water available from the state water project to sell to Metropolitan, that then in turn they can sell to their member agencies, including LADWP. Next up, we have the Urban Water Management Plan. We are required to do an urban water management plan every 5 years. It's a requirement by the Department of Water Resources. It is due on July 1st of 2026. We have developed a draft that is going to be released shortly, and we have a number of public meetings to get public comment on the draft. I wanted to just highlight those dates for everybody who's listening and watching. On February 19th from 12 to 1 p.m., there's going to be a meeting via Zoom. On February 25th, from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., the meeting will be at the Cahuenga Branch Library. On March 4th, from 6:30 p.m. to 7:30, we are still nailing down the location, but it'll be somewhere in Council District 2. And the last meeting will take place on March 14th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., and that will also be via Zoom. So those are the dates when the public can provide input to us after they review the draft urban water management plan.
Excuse me, just quickly,
Yes.
Where will it be posted for the public to know where the meetings will happen?
Sure, thanks, that's a great question. They can go to ladwp.com/UWMP, and you can find a copy there. Thank you for the question. Next up, we also published the 2025-2026 Water Infrastructure Plan. And basically, this is a plan that's put together yearly by the water system that details all the accomplishments from the previous fiscal year and the goals for the future fiscal year as it relates to capital work. This basically is supporting the $8 billion 5-year capital expenditure that the water system has. So if you're interested in viewing that, I would suggest that you can see that on ladwp.com/reports. You can find our water infrastructure plan there. It gives you a really good understanding of all the work that we're going to do from a capital perspective. Updates are more at the corporate level. We're celebrating Black History Month. So first of all, happy Black History Month to everybody. This year's our theme is A Century of Black History Commemorations, as we mark 100 years of national efforts to ensure Black history is recognized as an essential part of our nation's shared history. That work traces back to Dr. Carter G. Woodson and his colleagues. At LADWP, we see the living expressions of their legacy every single day through the dedication, expertise, leadership, excellence, and service of our African American workforce. On Thursday, February 19th, the LADWP chapter of the National Society of Black Engineers will be hosting Black History Month celebration, and all employees are welcome to attend. By celebrating Black History Month, we lift up the richness of our diverse voices, experiences, and perspectives. Together, we honor the cultures and stories that strengthen LADWP and reflect the vibrant community that we proudly serve. Now I'd like to hand it over to Joe Ramallo, our Chief Customer Officer. He's got some good news to provide.
Good morning. Thank you, Anselmo.
Yes. Right before we do the good news, I hate to postpone good news. I really do. Quick question, though, if we could go back to the water for a second.
Yeah.
So the Metropolitan Water District gets water from the State Water Project, and you mentioned the positive effects of the bigger snowpack on both that and on the LA Aqueduct, which the department owns. The Colorado River hydrology also is important to Metropolitan Water District, maybe
yes,
more
it is.
to us. And the Rockies are having a terrible snow year. I mean, if you want to ski, you have to stay in California. Don't go out of state. So what does that mean, and when would we have more information from Met on that?
Sure. So you are right. There's two main sources of water that Metropolitan has to provide water to its 26 member agencies, State Water Project being one, the Colorado River Aqueduct, which is owned and operated by Metropolitan Water District. And as you mentioned, Board President, the situation there doesn't look that good right now. I can tell you that Lake Powell is right now at 26% of capacity. Yeah. And Lake Mead is at 33.9, almost 34%, and that's it. So even though they're getting some amount of snowpack, the system is not rebounding. So what does that mean? What it means is that the amount of water that will be available from the Colorado River will be potentially limited. As you know, right now, the 7 basin states are in negotiations on the operating rules moving forward after 2026. Luckily, Metropolitan does have a significant amount of storage. Diamond Valley Reservoir, which I believe is 800,000 acre feet, is the largest storage that they have, will be available. Most of the water that LADWP purchases from Metropolitan is from the State Water Project. But we do have areas of the city that exclusively get water that's coming from the Colorado River. So certainly this is impacting. We're hoping that the situation on that particular source changes. But the good thing is that we get most of our water from the State Water Project, but obviously we have another 25 member agencies that depend on both sources of water to be able to meet their needs.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mr. Amaro, good news.
Yeah, on a much more positive note. At the last board meeting, you may recall I mentioned that our communications team had been nominated for a number of video, visual, and virtual awards from Reagan Communications. The awards were recently announced, and I'm proud to share that LADWP's recognition in the following awards. Winner, Visual Design of the Year for DWP's electric vehicle branding. Winner of a Visual Design category for Intake Magazine. Winner for Visual Design Team of the Year, our graphics design team at DWP. We also had honorable mentions for Video Team of the Year, our AV team that includes people who produced this very meeting who are in the back room. Honorable mention for our 2025 Women's Career and Wellness Expo video as a part of our DE&I outreach. And honorable mention for Portraits in Public Service video, internal communications to our employees. We have the team here in the boardroom. I'd like to ask them to stand.
Great.
This team brings a depth of expertise and remarkable talent that helps us break through all the information traffic and attention grabbers on channels so that we can reach and engage with our customers about our programs and initiatives. I especially want to highlight our graphics team. These are a group of incredibly creative and talented professionals who've been with us in many cases for quite a while here and have just grown and made our visual impact so much more significant and relevant to our customers and to the department. Their design set the stage for how these messages are used on video, publications, ads, and exhibits, and many other channels. I also want to acknowledge the management team that takes the requests from our internal partners and sets the workflow to make these campaigns successful. The one thing we do at DWP is a lot of programs, initiatives, planning processes. Trafficking all of that is an incredibly challenging job, and just some of the stuff that happens behind the scenes that no one really ever thinks about. And I just wanted to mention, by the way, that the EV campaign featured our own employees, as do many of our other campaigns. This contributed to the engaging nature of the ads, and we want to thank the talent who stepped forward to participate in those as volunteers, and congratulations to everyone who was involved in these different projects and campaigns. Thank you.
Congratulations to everybody.
I just make a comment. I come from a place, as some of you know, Los Angeles Football Club, where design is at the forefront of how we communicate. And in today's world of short-form content and how people receive it, it's critically important to communicate to all the good work that everyone here at this department does. So congratulations. It's really important. I know you work behind the scenes. Sometimes people don't see it, but you've been seen, and so congratulations. Thank you.
That's the end of our report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's other commissioner questions on the reports, we can move on to nothing. Okay, we can move on then to the ratepayer advocate, Tim O'Connor. Mr. O'Connor, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Marks. Good morning. Tim O'Connor for the Office of Public Accountability, the Ratepayer Advocate Office. For today, we did not file any written comments, but we have met with staff on several of the agendized items. In particular, filed item number 3, the investment report for the quarter ending in September of 2025, and then agendized items 5 and then 7 through 10. In our continued work to evaluate major expenditures, major policies, and issues affecting ratepayers, we have engaged staff, issued a number of requests for information, and received feedback on each of these. In particular, one I would like to elevate for your attention is item number 10, which is a request by the power system associated with large transformers. The number associated with this file item is large. However, this is critical infrastructure, of course, the department needs. I'll just elevate that this is not a request for the actual expenditure, but a request to move forward with a process to be able to solicit bids. I would suggest that in the next step of the process, which is in the award, that the department, especially because we're looking at a potential 9-year procurement for such a large dollar item, that there be an evaluation of whether the existing contractor performance evaluation program be appropriate for managing this size of a project over this duration. We know the department has a lot of experience managing its contractors, but for one of such critical import and of large size, we would suggest that be a part of the board's evaluation in terms of its examination. I will also turn it over to my colleague Edith Moreno, who will give an update on some work we're doing in the community. And you heard from her last time, and it was surfaced in the minutes about some community workshops. So Ms. Moreno, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Tim. I know I was here at last board meeting and I talked about the inaugural listening sessions that the Repair Advocate Office is hosting in several communities throughout LA. So I just wanted to give a very brief recap. And I know Vice President KATZ, you mentioned whether there will be a full report. And so this is just kind of like a brief informal update just to just keep you informed on the great work that our office is doing. So we had our first 2 listening sessions. The first one was held in Pacoima, and then the second one was held in South LA at First AME Church. We had about 40 participants show in our first session in Pacoima, and about 30. I will say that most of the participants that were there to really engage and provide meaningful and thoughtful input to staff and the team of consultants that we hired. Sometimes you just don't know what you're going to expect, right, from these sort of community engagement opportunities, right? Are people showing up for the free food, or is it they're just here to get a couple of handouts and walk in and out? But I would say most residents stayed for anywhere from 1 to even 2 hours, and we're really there to kind of like soak in and learn from not only OPA about what OPA is doing, but also it was a really good opportunity to kind of like tee up some of the affordability solution summits that we're going to be hosting in March and April. I want to give a huge shout out to Joe Romalo, your team. I know Claudia is here, and so she was a really helpful resource in case questions arose that our staff couldn't answer. And then I know Deborah also came at First AME. And I think just kind of the last point I want to make here, right? OP has never done anything like this before, right? And I think our biggest takeaway, or kind of my biggest reflection, is how energizing it was to connect with members of the community, and on a personal level myself, right? As a Latina, as a daughter of immigrants, being able to speak to residents in their native language, in Spanish. It was really fulfilling. It filled my cup and really reaffirmed, why I decided to leave the private IOU sector and come work for the public sector. And so our last listening session will be held tomorrow in, at Proyecto Pastoral in kind of like Northeast LA near Boyle Heights. And then we will follow up with our solution summits that will be held in Wilmington. So we're switching up locations, going back to the Valley, but now going more into NoHo, and then finishing off again in Lincoln Heights. And so we'll continue to make periodic updates as, we continue to have these community listening sessions. And so I'll take any questions if there are any.
For tomorrow's session, is that on a website where people can find it if they wanted to attend?
Absolutely. Yes. All of our the save the dates, the invitations were sent out to various nonprofit partners. They were put on our website. LADWP helped amplify via their social channels. We also used schools. So we also distributed flyers through LAUSD. And so we exhausted all possible communication channels to get the word out.
Good. Well, have good turnout tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, just again, thank you for this work. I think it's really important to do this level of engagement. I was glad to hear that OPA was coordinating with council offices, the mayor's office, to get the word out to the community, and that there's been robust presentation or participation. And we look forward to hearing what you learn and what the synopsis is at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the opportunity to do this has been eye-opening in terms of the desire of individuals to receive this information, to participate in the conversation, and you can't undersell how much people appreciate having the participation of the Department of OPA in their neighborhoods. And I know that the department runs, Saturday meetings and opportunities for people to come in. We've certainly heard the value of that effort, and look forward to continue to engage in this. We will be providing the board as well as the department and the public with a readout of our findings and recommendations. With that, I'll close my comments unless there are any additional any additional questions from the board, I just would suggest that we are evaluating major expenditures, and even though we are not filing written comments today, that does not mean we have any issues because I've spoken about anything, and so we've evaluated these and have no concerns with any of the items we've noted today.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And by the way, I thank you for the collaboration between Mr. O'Connor, the ratepayer advocate in your office, and Mr. Amalo between the department. I think, having the city, especially the Department of Water and Power, in the community, and to see the coordination on, concerns about affordability and reliability for the whole community and getting that joint input together, I think is really very powerful. So I look forward to hearing more feedback on what you're doing, but I think it can also stimulate crossover for people to know that there are, branches and other ways where they can access the department in their communities when they need to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. As well, we maintain our strict independence from the department. It is very valued and appreciated the level of connectivity the department has offered. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other commissioners have any questions or comments for Mr. O'Connor?
Not at this time.
Thank you. No.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to the consideration of items that are recommended for approval. Are there any items that any commissioner would like to have called as special?
Not from me, thank you.
I have one. I'd like to call item 10, Madam Secretary. And if, Madam Secretary, you can list then the other items that are now able to be on the consent calendar.
The items for consent are N1, N2, N3, N4, N5, N6, N7, N8, N9, N11, N12, N13, N14, and N15.
Motion to approve the items as listed by the board secretary.
Second.
Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
President Marks?
Aye.
Vice President KATZ?
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder?
Aye.
Commissioner TRAN?
Aye.
4 ayes, motion adopted.
Good, thank you. Management reports, I think we'll do next before we go on to discuss the item that's open. First, we'll give the people in the audience a chance to rearrange for a moment. And we have one item to discuss on the management report.
Correct, yes, we have one presentation that we're going to be giving today.
At the wildfire mitigation
This is
plan.
on the 2025 wildfire mitigation plan. It's the annual incremental updates. For that, we're going to have Arash Saidi, Brian Williams, and Jade Siamsuwan that are going to be, I hopefully I pronounced that right, Jade, from the Risk and Compliance Group. They're going to provide in the update.
Good, thank you. Please go ahead.
So I'll just jump in here real quick. So Brian Williams is a power system employee, but Arash and Jade work for Joanne Martin, who is our Chief Risk and Compliance Officer. So Joanne.
Yeah, I just wanted to, good morning, Commissioners. I just want to introduce myself very quickly and the team here. So my name is Joanne Martin. I'm the Chief Risk and Compliance Officer. Out of my 25-year career, I've had 17 years in the utility industry, proudly, and the last year, a little over a year here at DWP. I actually started on January 6th. You can imagine my excitement, and then you can imagine the myriad of emotions I felt on January 7th as I saw the wildfires break out down here in Los Angeles. I'm a native Californian, but moving to Los Angeles was new for me. So that day, everything was new. I was in an entirely new environment, entirely new company. So it was quite challenging for me, but nothing compared to the community. So my charge was to take on the leadership and the facilitation of our wildfire mitigation plan. And the first thing I did was evaluate how was our wildfire mitigation plan laid out, looked for opportunities to improve it based on benchmarking across the industry, bringing in experts within the department, which we had plenty of, plus in different parts of the industry. So brought those in. We were able to then successfully publish our plan on July 1st, as we are required to do every year. But in the same time, we were setting up improvements. So we have what's called a strategic edition, which the team will talk about here. We were looking for ways to continuously improve our wildfire mitigation plan based on, again, best practices and learnings that we're continually learning every day, right? And set up a wildfire safety executive council, steering committee and subcommittees in June. Those are continuously working to improve. And so it's a year-round effort on our part, on our wildfire mitigation plan. So the team here today is going to give you those details, and you'll continually hear those as we look to publish ours next plan, actually be October 2nd of this year. They've changed the deadlines, and the team will again talk about that. But for further details, again, Arash, Brian, and Jade will hand those to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Good morning, Honorable Board Commissioners, Board President Marks, and Board Vice President KATZ. We are here today to discuss the wildfire mitigation plan, the incremental updates on vegetation and inspection metrics, and of course, our next steps. Join with me at the podium are my colleagues Brian Williams, a Senior Electric Service Manager for Power Transmission and Distribution, and last but definitely not least is Jade Swan, Executive Director of Enterprise Risk. So as we move forward, we have annual requirements as part of SB 901, which is what CPUC has imposed on public-owned utilities to ensure that wildfire mitigation plans are submitted by a certain time. And this originated back in 2018, and since then we have complied with the letter of the rules there. So they provide oversight and review, specifically the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board, under the guidance of the Cal OEIS office, reviews these POU WMPs and provides guidance compared to other peer utilities. And so the WMP must include three tenets, one of which is the risk identification and mitigation, secondly, the responsibilities and operational protocols, and metrics and continuous improvement. So we adhere to various public utility codes, general orders as part of CPUC, Board Motion 23222, which I'm sure you're all familiar with by now, and of course the CPUC high fire threat districts. Now, as we look forward, I think stats are important. And so I wanted to provide a map that is from CAL FIRE, and this begins back in 2017, and it shows overall where we stand up until the point of which Palisades Fire hit, but obviously that's not going to be reflected here. The next iteration will. So just some high-level thoughts here. 2017, 2020, and 2024 had the most volume of fires. In comparison, 2021 and 2022 were the most destructive in terms of acres consumed. So the main takeaway here is that the quantity of fires are relatively consistent year over year. However, we can say the opposite of that in terms of the acreage burned. And that can vary depending on the time of the year, the weather conditions, and of course, the terrain. So as we see the next iteration of this, these stats moving forward, the Palisades Fire will not only reflect significant acreage burn, which is approximately 23,000, but it will be the most costliest wildfire in California history specific to property loss. So collaboration is key, especially in this space. We have other utilities have either been through this multiple times or are poised to, have those situations occur. So the most important thing is with these partners that we have at CMUA, SCAPA, and WSAB, we're able to freely share a lot of the best practices on preparedness, response tactics, and of course, recovery efforts. And this is all then fed back into our WMP, so it makes a better WMP every time we iterate on that. And so WSAP specifically hosts these working groups that allows us to, provide like a two-way sharing scenario, and we review the WMPs, we look at technology options, and then that helps us in order to do more early detection. So going forward, a lot of those recommendations are going to be part of our WMPs. Now, as part of the Palisades fire outcomes, we wanted to make sure the WSAP had an opportunity to see what was going on out in the field as opposed to just seeing things on pictures and on the TV. So on September 3rd, 2025, 2 of the WSAP board members, including the chair, attended a tour that we hosted with both power and water personnel on site. And so throughout that tour, we showed them an overview of the most grief-stricken areas along with recovery activities that were underway. water system personnel were in attendance, and they were very kind in showing the Santanez Reservoir, the implications behind that, what happened before leading to the events. And so the outcome was that they were very impressed by overall the challenges that we faced in rebuilding the Palisades, our comprehensive approach to supporting the needs of the existing customers that were there, and in restoring water so quickly and power to their homes, their businesses, and of course the overall community. So one of the major takeaways for the group was that DWP's commitment to efficiently and quickly restore operations was something that was a testament to our efforts. So the other thing that they noted, which was very interesting, was that this is something that could be an operational model for other investor-owned utilities in the state. So when this happens, this is something that they should maybe look at as an opportunity to learn from how we approach this scenario. Now, we look at the recommendations from the 2024 WSAB to the POUs. And so in December of 24, they published these recommendations for all the POUs, and that range from summary of projects and programs to help target and mitigate wildfire risk, tracking the changes to WMPs, and then digital accessibility. So we've incorporated a lot of these recommendations, and we're planning to incorporate a few other ones that Jade's going to get into in a moment. But this is going to help the reader quickly understand what are the key takeaways from this WMP, how is work actually being done, and then how does it fit into the overall wildfire risk reduction. And then, of course, the progress that's being made to make sure these plans can be navigated efficiently. So continuing on those recommendations, we have QA and QC performance metrics, progress achievements as top priority items to include in future WMPs. So my staff, alongside Jade, will ensure that these recommendations not only are incorporated into our WMP submittals, but it becomes permeated throughout the company culture in terms of how we respond to future wildfires. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Williams to cover our vegetation inspection management approach and metrics.
Thank you. So this, just kind of some context here, this city covers 478 square miles consisting mostly of urban environment, with parcels near the Santa Monica Mountains of shrub and Verdugo Mountains and small areas located on the outer edges of the city. Currently, our overhead distribution system has 7,380 circuit miles, and our overhead transmission has 4,081 circuit miles. So LADWP has developed fire maps and have elevated construction centers to help mitigate wildfire risks, and this goes all the way back to 2008. And LADWP had developed high-end wind fire area maps along with construction standards for these areas. So the CPUC, when they update their fire maps, DWP kind of follows suits. And as new technologies become available, we also look at our construction standards to update our specs to be a little bit more prepared for the future. So we're constantly updating that during every wildfire mitigation plan that comes forward. So some of the core preventative strategies are really broken down into 4 groups. We have our design construction standards and infrastructure. We have our vegetation management practices. We have our inspection and maintenance. And we also have our power system reliability program, or PSRP. So with respects to the vegetation management, LADP monitors the clearance for approximately 362,000 trees and maintains a tree type index comprised of 85 different types of trees. LADWP performs line clearance tree trimming on approximately 185,000 trees per year, and the vegetation management prunes and removes trees to clear its power system from vegetation interference, conducts circuit patrols on a yearly basis, and conducts on-the-spot inspections for other LADWP groups or on an as-needed basis. Patrols are driven by the need to ensure power system reliability and integrity and to mitigate risk while considering all applicable clearance requirements. Tree growth throughout the city can be variable throughout LADWP service territory, and it can be based on microclimates, topography. So vegetation management prescriptions are based on real-time observations by qualified personnel and inspection staff. Just touching on our PSRP, here's some quick stats on the overall PSRP numbers, and these PSRP numbers are on the whole not necessarily specific to our high fire threat areas, but just to kind of give you an idea of our progress towards these PRSRP goals and hardening our system. These are some wildfire mitigation metrics. So the potential for wildfire exists throughout California, including parts of the city. The terrain, climate, and vegetation present in Southern California can create wildland fire hazards in areas near and around LADP facilities. Hot summers without rain and low humidity can create long periods of high fire danger, and LADP regularly surveys its territories during vegetation management and equipment inspection and maintenance activities to evaluate these topographical and climatic risks so we can adjust. So there's been an increase in red flag warning days, which also increase our ability and, puts a spotlight on areas of risk that we need to address. And we have our outcomes and our metrics. So we also look at those, take that in consideration on target areas with respects to duration, frequency, and momentary interferences on our system from a reliability standpoint. And so some of our performance metrics are done through our patrol and detailed overhead inspections, and again, our vegetation management and PSRP replacement goals.
Let me just ask you a question.
Sure.
We're on 12 now. How many pages is this going to be?
With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jade unless there's any questions of mine.
14.
Just two more, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public, and esteemed colleagues. It's my pleasure to join you in this dialogue for the first time since joining DWP just 4 months ago.
Welcome.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Baptismal by fire.
Ooh, I don't know about fire. I'm tasked with establishing the department's enterprise risk registry, which we expect to prominently feature catastrophic wildfire risk. Hence, I've also been tasked, alongside Joanne, with oversight and governance for the wildfire mitigation plan from this point forward. While the 2025 WMP was just filed in July of last year, much has changed. Our role in the collective POU network within California has grown, as one would expect after the events our communities endured. As such, our ambitions and call to duty have also evolved. We strive now to strengthen our infrastructure, improve operational procedures, to deliver a more resilient water and power system. This starts with governance, builds through risk modeling, engineering, construction, and sustains through quality assurance and continuous improvement. We've authored a WMP strategic edition, which lays the foundation of what will become the October 2026 WMP, to be filed again with the WSAB later this year. The strategic edition substantially expands on the 2025 WMP, capturing various lessons learned from the 2025 Palisades fire. But I'd like to touch on three key areas. The first one being governance, as I mentioned. Since the summer, we've established various wildfire oversight and functional committees, including a Wildfire Executive Safety Council, a Wildfire Safety Director Steering Committee, and various wildfire safety subcommittees focused all on the aspects of wildfire, from planning infrastructure upgrades to actively communicating with customers to establishing field operating protocols. Not only have we aggressively added staff to address this very important department risk, we've also invigorated those who've been here. And I feel we are actively striving to uphold a culture that recognizes that all seasons are fire seasons. To paraphrase a line I borrowed from Chief Operating Officer Power System, Dave Hansen, you're either a field worker or work in a role that supports one. Our ongoing efforts support this very important theme. The second thing I want to mention is risk modeling, engineering, and technology. The Power System has also led a request for information, or an RFI, and gathered a healthy amount of information regarding technologies, both software and hardware, that will shape how we leverage risk-based decision-making in the path forward. We plan to execute various pilots to better understand how these solutions fit our risk profile and business needs. Through our subcommittee work, we're also actively investigating not only the feasibility of conducting public safety power shutoffs, but to pay forward our learnings from investor-owned utilities' experience with conducting these events to do the right thing for our customers, our communities, and our coworkers. This is a Herculean effort that is extremely sensitive to all involved, and I'm very proud of the work we've done so far, but there's much more work to do. I look forward to sharing more on this progress as we continue this conversation. And third and last thing, on quality management and continuous improvement. We're also working closely with my colleague Brad Rulo, Assistant General Manager and Executive Director of Quality Management, as well as Rajiv Mehta's group, to ensure wildfire mitigations maintain proper efficacy and essentially do what we expected them to do as far as wildfire risk reduction. We think this is an important step to ensure we hold ourselves accountable and continue to build public trust and safety. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. We open it up to your comments.
Thank you very much.
I have comments and questions. First, thank you for this important work. I think, as institutions and organizations that deal with day-to-day operations, it's hard to take the time to do preparedness and risk work. There's the famous adage that failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and I come from a background that includes emergency management and really do appreciate how critical this type of work is. So I want to start with that. Thank you. I also, as I shared last meeting, as we were closer to the anniversary of the fires, I and many of us here were impacted by the 2025 fires. I know many employees, families, friends lost their homes. So again, this work is really critical, and I want to thank you. I've been in the weeds, pun intended, on vegetation management issues, both here in LA and statewide. I don't want to take time during the board meeting, but I'd like to meet with you and dig in a little bit, because there has been a lot of fear-based vegetation recommendations in Los Angeles that are kind of counterintuitive in terms of their safety implications. There was a recent lawsuit between the Chaparral Institute and CAL FIRE based on excessive vegetation clearance that can lead in Southern California to the transformation towards flashy fuels like invasive black mustard. And so I'd like to learn more about the approach to vegetation management and brush clearance, especially in and around the Santa Monica Mountains and those areas. There's been a lot of challenges statewide where practices that are appropriate for Northern California forests are being applied in Southern California in ways that are counterproductive. So I won't go into more and bore everybody, but I would love to have a sit down on this plan and dig in a little bit on the vegetation practices and just ensure that as the complex science of fire prevention is, shifting statewide, that we are connecting to that research and practice in the right way to manage our properties. So look forward to talking and would like to connect on that. And I do not have any further questions at this time, so I'll hand it to other commissioners.
Thank you. Does any other commissioner have questions, comments?
Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to reading it, learning more, as this is a new era for me. My main question is in terms of, another comment, I think the modeling part is really important, and then how we will engage in tools, and the most advanced tools such as twinning or whatever it may be to actually do the work and be better at this kind of risk mitigation. Given this is my first engagement with this, and I will be engaged and look forward to maybe having other briefings, how do we coordinate? Well, one is how do we lead and how do we coordinate with other government entities internally in the city of Los Angeles, the county, other IOUs, but also other jurisdictions that we may cross into? And I think this is a massive effort, but how does it apply, or how we do coordinate with them to make sure that we're all kind of rowing the same way, the same direction, to make sure that we're all mitigating. I know this rolls up to a state board, but just want to understand at the very top level what that may mean. I know we can go dig into this further, but I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah, I can kick us off, and if others want to add to that. So the first and foremost thing is through those various advisory boards, we do have that collaboration and that connection with other utilities at the POUs. We happen to be the largest, so everyone tends to look towards us. So that's one of the downsides of being such a large entity, because we're kind of setting the blueprint for the rest of the POUs to follow. But the good news is we have 3 major IOUs in the state that have 1,000+ page MWMPs that are very thorough, and thanks to Jay being on the team now, he brings that wealth of knowledge from his predecessor utility to kind of include those sections within the WMP to make it more robust. And the second thing I'll say is that we do have a very well-known mutual aid assistance program where effectively we work with other partners, not only within the state, but outside of the state, within the western region of the U.S., to be able to pool those resources in the event of a wildfire disaster. So we were able to bring folks from even the Navajo Nation to be able to help us restore power or be able to address wildfire, events. An example was we actually had a strike team from PG&E come out to help prepare, or actually safeguard our critical assets. And they were able to put fire retardant, and that way we didn't have those areas impacted. And I know Dave can speak to Days about that. But yeah, those are just some of the examples of how we have gone a little bit over and above the typical utility in terms of working with other partners and, of course, working with our other utility agencies. Anything else to add?
I completely agree, and I would only add, more locally as far as city agencies, city departments. I couldn't stress enough how much work Zoraya's team is doing. We certainly work hand in hand with her in engaging the mayor's office and understanding what other entities are working on as well. There's work to be done there, I'll say that. And so this next WMP strives to do quite a bit of engagement in that very vein.
The other aspect of it, this isn't a DWP issue, right? This is an industry issue as a whole. So that collaboration that you're talking about is really critical across the IOUs, the munis, and even when you start to get into WEC and NERC and FERC. I mean, it gets pretty broad. So having those healthy discussions and those robust discussions to solve this at an industry level is really benefiting everybody involved.
Yeah, just building on that, I'm really glad to see that statewide collaboration. And again, just want to emphasize ensuring that as we develop statewide practices, that we consider the difference in fire behavior, wind-driven versus fuel-driven, chaparral versus forest, and that we ensure that we have that flexibility to do what's needed for the Los Angeles area specifically. I know, of course, we also have lands that we're maintaining that are more in forested areas, and so it's really good that we are collaborating with others, especially for our Eastern Sierra areas that we manage. But yeah, look forward to digging into all of that with you. And this kind of cross-collaboration, it was amazing to see the mutual aid response during the fires, both with different fire agencies and then also with some of the utilities. I know my area where I live in Encino was only not burned in part because of the assistance of PG&E and the hard work of DWP to keep that fire line where it was. So, that assistance is real and valuable and makes a big difference in people's lives and homes. And so building those relationships like you're doing is so important. So thank you.
Yeah, I would like to be included, by the way, in any of the presentations or further briefings that you do, because I think these issues of both collaboration with IOUs, with other states, not just with the other POUs in California, and sharing best practices or developing them is really critically important, as the other commissioners have mentioned. By the same token, I'm often sort of struck by the fact that, and it came out in your presentation, when you mentioned that the way WSAB tracks these things, you look at the number of incidents, you look at acres burned, and then we talk about the value, the harm, not just the loss of life, but also the loss of property and things in big fires like we've had here in the Palisades within the city, and of course in Malibu and Eaton Canyon outside of the city limits in LA County. Stephen Pine is a professor at ASU, has written a lot about fire. And his point and many others say these aren't wildfires. They happen to be urban fires that are adjacent. And kind of the WUI concept is getting revisited. When you look at our infrastructure, there's two tracks. There's, well, how is utility infrastructure creating a risk? So what can we do to mitigate that? And then how are we vulnerable? We're critical infrastructure ourselves. How do we protect ourselves? And that includes, of course, in remote areas of the state, not just in the city. So, there's a lot of good issues to look at here, to say nothing of the legal ones. So I would happily be involved in those briefings too. And thank you for the very good presentation. It's nice to know that you're on top of it.
Yes.
President Marks, if I may make a comment.
Please.
I just want to call your attention to one of the things that Jade said was about the development of a risk tool and tracking system and the integration of this information into that. We had a presentation, from the compliance and risk team and the work they're doing to develop that risk registry and the incorporation of this data is really remarkable. And I would encourage, all members of the board, if you haven't received, that presentation, the kind of the modernization of risk identification that's happening at the department and the integration of this is really quite remarkable. And so I just recommend that you maybe for a follow-on presentation or briefing that you receive that, because it's just really important work.
Yeah, well said.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
And one of the other people who's going to need that briefing will be our newest commissioner, who, so we have not talked about committee business because we don't have the committee assignments finalized. We're waiting for the confirmation of the fifth member of this commission, which should be happening right around now. At least it's being considered by the city council. I can't say how they will vote on anything in particular.
Yep.
But that's in that building over there.
A full day's at the next meeting.
So hopefully at the next meeting we'll have committee assignments that include all 5 commissioners. So we're looking forward to that. Filed items, we have 3 items, K1, K2, and K3. The notice of compliance and status report, the wildfire mitigation plan that we just discussed, annual incremental updates for 2025, and the investment report for Q3 of 2025. Do any commissioners have any questions about any of the filed items?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, can you enter them as filed?
So filed.
Thank you very much. And does any commissioner have a motion for anything to consider or introduce at a future meeting? Fine. Madam Secretary, have any formal positions been filed by any neighborhood councils?
No community impact statements or formal positions have been filed for any items on today's agenda.
Fine. In that case, we move on to the item which we deferred when we approved the other ones on a consent basis, and that's special item number 10. So I invite, COO Hanson, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
To address it.
Thank you. So, yes, we have some of the engineering staff here to discuss what this is. It's not a procurement, it's an ordinance, and they can give us a little bit of background on why we're headed in this direction. It's very timely to be discussing this, considering that the piece of equipment that caused the outage this weekend is a piece of equipment that should last for 50 years, and it looks like it may have lasted 15. So what we save in the short term does come back to bite us.
President Marks, if I may, my prior comments on this item talked about the department's readiness to manage long-term procurements. Given my prior experience, I would like to recuse myself and have my colleague Edith Moreno come to the dais here.
Okay, please. Thank you for that.
All right, well, good morning. Commissioners. My name is Jason Hills. I'm the director of the newly formed Power System Asset Management Office. Regarding the reorganization that occurred in the power system effective last week, I do have the Power System Specification Office within my division as they carry some critical efforts related to asset management. And with me here, I have KATZ Aldaka, who is the interim manager over the Power System Contracts Office. And if you'd like, we can give you a brief 3-slide presentation to discuss the content and the underlying ask of this request, or if you want us to just answer questions, we could do that.
I think the 3 slides would be fine.
Okay.
There's not too many.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I'll go over the slides. Board President, Commissioners, Executive Team. All right, so what we're seeking today is the board to adopt this resolution recommending the City Council approval by ordinance to allow 3 things. The first thing is the use of a competitive sealed proposal method to purchase these large power transformers. The second ask is to allow the board to award contracts at a later time for a period of up to 9 years. And the third ask was to allow the board to award these contracts without returning back to the City Council. So mainly we will be purchasing large power transformers. We have an estimated around $315 million.
And that's over the full 9 years?
Correct. And we have an image or a picture of this unit. It's a large electromechanical machine, similar to the one at receiving station A. They're large, they have radiators, a lot of components, so they're complex machines.
Yeah, and in terms of size, it's probably the size of this whole dais here, one of those transformers.
Hundreds of tons, yes. So historically, we'll be using an invitation for bid, where we only look at cost and meeting the technical requirements. We did not evaluate performances, history of the vendors, to the extent that we can rate their performances and technical capabilities. That was the existing process. We have a number of transformers that we need to replace as part of our PSRP. They're critical, and in the last 3-4 years, we have seen change in the market and extended lead time, and manufacturers became very specific about how they want to establish their contracts and the terms that they would like to see in order to agree to engage in any contracts with any utility. It's a very competitive market for us as a utility to get attention from these manufacturers. So complex machines, there's design, there's manufacturing, there's transportation and after-sales support. They're all critical, and we need to evaluate that, and the competitive seal method will allow us to do that. Here we have a list of the different type of transformers. They're all large in the kV level, 230 kV, 500. So we have a list of 20 transformers that we're going to use over the period of 9 years for receiving stations. That will be part of our typical transformer replacement program, part of the PSRP. In addition, we'll have also to purchase some spares that will replenish our spare stock that we have. The contracts that we're going to award as a result of this will include the actual equipment, but also spare parts to ensure that we can use the units for the entire period of 30, 50 years. So we'll have spare parts like bushings and some other accessories that are critical for operation of these machines. In addition, also we have manufacturer representative services. They will dispatch someone from the factory to help our construction crew commission and put these units in service when we receive them. So it's a critical piece of the puzzle here, that after-sales support.
And just to clarify, these are all very large transmission system equipment. This is not the distribution level here in the city. I mean, McCullough is in Nevada. That's the WR path that's coming from, further east in Hudson, and coming then across the desert, across Nevada into Quakerville and then down.
There are transmission level transformers, and also what we use at what transition from transmission to distribution in our receiving stations. So they are what we consider large power transformers, high voltage, 130 kV and above. The MVA, the power rating is very high. They are part of the critical piece of equipment that we have in our transmission and sub-transmission system. Right. As you see, some of these stations are out of basin, like McCullough switching station is out of basin. Rinaldi is within the basin, but again, it's at the end of a transmission line that brings power from the out of basin stations. So not distribution, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
I think that will bring the end of my presentation. If there's questions, comments, feedback I can provide.
Can you just talk a little bit about the suppliers in terms of how they're changing, in terms of how difficult it is to acquire what we need in terms of equipment, and why this has worked into this proposal?
I've been with the department for 18 years working on substation projects, and we noticed in the last maybe 10 years there has been a transition. The U.S. Manufacturing capacity is very limited, and even the Congress has noticed this and had multiple reports on it. So we're heavily reliant on international manufacturing being able to supply us with these units. And over the years, even that has been impacted by global conflicts and other issues such as the pandemic also impacted the ability to get these equipment from overseas. Duration has increased in the past, used to be 12 to 16 months. Now we see double of that period. So we're talking about 36 months maybe. And also the risk of still being impacted by global issues and global conflicts. Yet the U.S. capacity is still limited. So we have been seeing it's getting longer and longer over the years. So hence we have a long planning horizon for this RFP. That's why you see 9 years. We'd like to secure these manufacturers for that period, reserve those slots by issuing these contracts. And our plan would be maybe having multiple manufacturers, not a single manufacturer. So have that kind of mix of different regions of the world being supplying us with transformers.
We've also had some equipment seized at the port because it was manufactured in a region of China known to be child slave labor. So these companies were on a congressional hit list. and we were not allowed to release this equipment from the ports, and it significantly impacted operations.
Yeah, which probably is not unique to the department. Many other power system players, independent power generators and so forth, other utilities have had the same issue.
That is correct. Our plan is to rate these factors and risk factors associated with the location of manufacturing. We have multiple criteria that we established that will select and use for award. One of them will be the location of manufacturing. And also if the manufacturer has multiple locations in different locations, like different countries, in order if there's a problem with certain region, can they switch to another location under the existing contract? And again, it all will be part of their proposals. Hopefully they will have some terms that they will negotiate with them. But ideally, we would like to increase the resiliency of these contracts by being more careful about who we select and what kind of backup plans we would have in case of problems in a certain location.
Right. So the expectation is this method of contracting will give you more flexibility, more control over contract terms, more reliability for bespoke equipment from the larger OEMs, and also give you the chance to access to market more quickly than we otherwise could.
That is correct. Some manufacturers will not even bid if it's an invitation for bid only. They don't agree with our terms, and some of them have unique requirements. So hopefully with the RFP, the sealed method, we'll be able to see what they want and negotiate with the support of our city attorney and risk managers. Any terms that they throw at us, we'll be able to address and negotiate, hopefully get an internal agreement that we can accept or not or modify.
And when there's a contract, let's say there's two bidders that come in, hypothetically, of course, and you've got, one is maybe the lower cost of the equipment, but the other one seems like they're more reliable. You might have lower life cycle costs because lower operating costs that are projected in the future. This gives you the ability to lower the life cycle costs and improve reliability. I take it.
That is correct. So we did a market research. We expect maybe 3 to 5 major international manufacturers to bid. We have rating factors. Cost is an element still. We're not ignoring the cost element and the total life cost of a transformer, which include the initial purchase price plus the losses. But we have other rating factors I mentioned, and each one will be, when we advertise the RFP, it will be announced to the public, so manufacturers, when they bid, they understand the impact of each rating factor on the score. And then we'll have an internal, what we call a rating panel, 3 or 5 engineers from different groups who will be evaluating these proposals, making their own judgment and creating their own scores, and then eventually we will, as a team, will agree on a score based on those rating factor that was advertised.
Okay, excellent. Do any other commissioners have questions or?
Yeah, I'm just want to confirm that this process will make us respond fast to our needs, correct? In terms of what we're currently, I would say, the current regulatory framework that doesn't allow us to move quickly. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then also, the uncertainty of tariffs right now, does it, how does that impact us in terms of long-term pricing and importation of these equipment?
Yeah, what I anticipate from these manufacturers when they make their proposals to establish certain kind of method of addressing fluctuation in the market as it comes to tariff, raw materials such as copper and steel, labor costs, and transportation. So these manufacturers will come to the table and share with us what's the unique way of addressing those risks in the market. Ideally, these manufacturers wants to pass that risk to us in a way that they can firm up their price in a way that they're not carrying the entire risk. So again, when we get those requests coming in, we'll discuss that with the attorney, risk management, and supply chain at that time, and it will be taken in consideration.
And this, oh, sorry, go ahead.
We don't just accept their proposal and what they think they know. I mean, we have our own numbers to counter
That is
whatever
correct.
is said. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That's correct. We have estimates. We did the market research. That's how we came up with numbers. We know how many people will be interested in bidding and what it takes for them to bid. So that was, the RFP was the main ask. But yeah, it's not just a blind award. We'll get all these proposals, evaluate them, give them a score, and sometimes even go back and negotiate some of these terms. So it's a typical process for the RFP to negotiate. We don't just accept everything they throw at us. So.
Is all of this done totally by our own staff, or do we have an assistant outside to give us information as well?
As of right now, it's all done internally. So the preparation of the RFP, the market research that we've done, we have experienced staff. We've been buying transformers for some time. So we utilize internal resources for this. We haven't seen the need yet to go out.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
It speaks well for you. Thank you.
And then just to add to your question, Commissioner Tran, with regards to the ability to respond quicker, I think one of the key things we're asking for is the longer duration rather than every 3 years having to write up in time our contracts, write a new contract, get it approved. This time we're taking a longer outlook, so we're already forecasting farther ahead based on our criteria as to which transformers are the most critical to the extent we can with additional spares. But that's another major component to this is the longer duration.
Thank you.
Great. And this overall number, I would imagine, I'm sorry. This overall number basically covers us for any possible maximization of costs that we might be facing in the future.
Correct.
That is correct. We have spare units included. We'll include also optional items, which means they will not be contractually delivered unless we exercise them. So the idea to make this mechanism of procurement as flexible as it is for us to address any foreseen failures or any need that it's not currently shown. We're going to have some contingency funds also on these contracts to allow and facilitate all of that.
And I'll point out the item on the agenda has an estimated cost over the 9-year period. Obviously, the individual contracts will be subject to the appropriate approval.
Yeah, we'll be back at a later time once we make our negotiation selection and make a recommendation. We'll come back to the board with the specific dollar amounts, manufacturer name, and more details about it. And we'll come back for you to approve and give us your feedback at that point.
The last question I have is, are all the suppliers from one country, or how many countries do we have suppliers from?
So we expect with this RFP, it's a global market. So they are like in Brazil, Mexico, Canada. There's some locations in Europe, Poland, Spain, India. So the contract will allow anyone to propose. And we see it's a global market that we're getting into. And we've been exposed to it for the last more than 10, 15 years. We used to buy from South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. So
great.
It's global.
Well, I'm just thinking about the current shifting international world order that may change according to the winds of what may happen. So I think diversification of suppliers are critically important. Maybe there's political risk involved in terms of how you analyze and who we get, or on the list. I would stress that may be of importance for you to consider.
We'll do so.
Anything else from our commissioners?
No, thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for the explanations.
Thank
really,
you.
very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the creativity as well.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Do we have a motion from any commissioner to approve item N10?
Sure. Motion to approve item 10?
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
President Marks?
Aye.
Vice President Katz?
Aye.
Commissioner Pinder?
Aye.
Commissioner Tran?
Aye.
4 ayes, motion adopted.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that additional discussion of that.
Thank you very much. That's an important item.
Yeah.
And now can I ask the city attorney's office, please, to, before we go into closed session, to give us the specific statutory authority and general purpose for doing so?
Yes, you may. One moment. The board shall recess into closed session for a conference with legal counsel regarding the below items. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to section 54956.9, subsection D1 of the California Government Code for Philippe Velez and Alicia Velez versus City of Los Angeles et al. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, section 54956.9, subsection D1 of the California Government Code for Brett McDonald versus Los Angeles Department of Water and Power et al. Item number 3, conference with real property negotiators, section 54956.8 of the California Government Code concerning the price and terms for the potential purchase of real property located at 865 South Figueroa Street, Los Angeles, California, 90017. The board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session and the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with section 54957.1 of the California Government Code.
Thank you very much. We will now move into closed session.
somos vistos como a geração que teve o privilégio de conviver com Tom Jobim no Brasil e no mundo. a geração que teve o privilégio de conviver com Tom Jobim no Brasil e no mundo. seremos vistos como a geração que teve o privilégio de conviver com Tom Jobim no Brasil e no mundo.
A complete mental distraction.
Avi, we're ready whenever you are. We're standing by.
We're ready? Okay.
President Marks, whenever you're ready.
Do I say that there being no business, that one?
No, you're good. Out and you say with unanimous.
Got it. Okay, so we've finished our closed session and are now back in open session. I'd like to turn it over to read out the meeting to the city attorney's office.
Very good. Reading out from closed session, for item P1, Philippe Veliz and Alicia Veliz versus City of Los Angeles et al., Los Angeles Superior Court Case number 25 SMC VO 2401. The board declined to accept plaintiff's offer to compromise unanimously. For item P2, Brett McDonald versus Los Angeles Department of Water and Power et al., Los Angeles Superior Case number 22 STCV 05590. The board consented to the settlement in the amount of $500,000 unanimously. For item P3, 865 South Figueroa Street, Los Angeles, California, 90017, not reportable. Back to you.
Good, thank you very much. There being no further business, aye with unanimous consent of the board, yes?
Aye.
Yes? Agreed.
Aye.
With unanimous consent of the board, order the meeting adjourned. Thank you.
All my seated.